Hmm. Not gonna lie. I'm a little suspect on how these hard mode tops are gonna go. I'm a little scared. Hmm. We shall see how this goes. I got a double Ralos. This skip is gonna be... Oh, great. Hmm. This is not great. Uh-oh. First raid of the day. Don't have my salve on. It was very late on that. I think the oath plate of Vernix just make this so free these days. I think even though we have one less site, it should still be a 2 down. Surely? Surely. Seems like if anybody dies, though, it's kind of cooked. Oh, wow, I didn't have my, can't speak. We just got started, so brain's not working. Brain's not working right. Gotta warm up. In-game and IRL. Frozen Tear. Oh, of course. Damn it. We are running some hard mode TOBs right now. But, yeah, we'll see how this goes. We'll just see how this goes. Not looking good. It's not looking that great. That pillar over there is kind of low. There's a lot of pillars looking kind of low. Hmm. Combo 8. Well, good thing I brought in a ton of extra food. Wait, that's not the boss. Oh my. That wasn't the boss. I just ECB spec the prince. Okay, man. Yeah, I kind of figured. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Well, there's the first of the day. I suppose this is better than doing Calvarion right now. Oh, I was wearing the range helmet. All right, here we go. Here we go. Well, I am ready. I don't think I was really planning on streaming today, but since we're hard mode tobbing, I thought might as well. I thought might as well. In Nilo's, I'm mostly going to be camping the west side. Or, yeah. All right. Doing some hard mode TOBs right now, but I will preface that we have some learners. Although they are getting more and more experienced and they're learning very, very quickly. Like just yesterday, we had some good runs. And we also have one person with no scythe, which is not too big of a deal, but does make a difference. You know, the scythe is so much better. Out of the 3 raids, it hurts the most to miss, to not have the scythe in top versus like not having a twisted bow in chambers, for example. And unfortunately, in this setup, I have to double Ralos. It is 95 defense. Okay. Okay, well, I don't think we're getting the skip. We just lost a guy. We're not getting the skip. We just lost. What's going on, Hutch? Oh my goodness, this is not going well. Oh, you know, I don't want to say that I saw this coming, but I saw it coming. Unfortunate sequence right there. And on top of that, I don't have ZCB. He said he hit a 60, but I didn't see no hammer. They bonk Maiden for a 60. Let's try this again. Man, double Ralos thing sucks. Okay, a whole crab just leaked. Hmm. Hmm. I have no ammo in my quiver. Yeah. Okay. That's annoying. When you claim out of the chest, it should just go automatically straight into your quiver, man. That's so annoying. Oh my goodness, that was a huge chally. That might have been a max chally. Huh, okay, okay. -1 sight. Okay. It's 14%. Hmm. I have to recharge my sight. I forgot. I mean, I definitely have enough to last through the raid, but it is pretty low. Yay, we're back in Nilo. The Giga Stall. Okay, that went much better. Much better. I'm just gonna double claw here because apparently I don't have bolts on this run, so that's unfortunate. I guess I'm middle. It's just a straight line. Huge claws. I lost a few ticks there. All good. No way. We did it. How many points do we have? 13. All right, we can work with that. Okay, I haven't done this in a long, long time, and even when I last did it, I rarely ever did this. Oh, I just ragged that towel. Oh, I didn't claw spec. Forgot about that. Oops. We're not dead though, so that's fine. $13.52. I mean, I think Warlow knows, right? The good old-fashioned way. That's not good. That is really not good. That's not good. No way. Okay. There's nothing I can do. The green ball's coming. Oh. Oh my god, man. It is rough out here. What can we do? Alrighty, I guess I'm ready. There was no way to clip farm that. That was just impossible because even if I survived for another like minute there, the green ball would have showed up, and you can't out eat the green ball in hard mode. Or can you? When you're down to your, I don't know, maybe you can. But I mean, it was a 5 scale raid though. It's not like I did a solo hard mode top because like how else would people solo hard mode top? Like I think that's possible, right? I see. I see. It's so chalked. I thought about saying like don't skip, but I don't know. I guess we can still go for it. Yeah, it should still be fine. I claw scratch. What the hell is going on? What? No way, bruh. This is not looking great. Not looking great. Very unfortunate. You know, it was this or Calvarion today, and I don't know. I kind of wanted to do Calvarion, but also I kind of don't because it is the weekend right now, and that would suck. I am indeed live. Honestly, I wasn't really planning on going live today, but then, you know, some hard mode TOBs came up, and here we are. Although these aren't going particularly well, I'll say that much. So a little unfortunate. World's longest bloat right now. Dearest elbows, Steve. Did I stream? Yeah, I streamed yesterday. You weren't in the streams yesterday, I don't think, but yesterday's hard mode tops were a lot different than this one's. This session. Uh, Mostly because we swapped out two people that are much, much more experienced at the raid for two lesser experienced people. But it is what it is. Got 5 sides yesterday? I wish. We did get an Avernic, though. I don't even remember what the split was. 9 mil, maybe? If that. Do I use my main for splits? Yeah. Indeed, I do. I have some GP on it, but then if I don't have the GP, I usually just drop whatever I pull, especially from TOB and Chambers. Actually, in all 3 raids now, I have every item, so I usually just drop it over. If I don't have the liquid GP. Yeah, I have to sell some stuff. I pulled a second site, then I also have to sell some stuff. I actually have 2 sites in my GIM group right now. I disabled the highlight on the majors for some reason. Yeah, well, are you green logged at Muspel? Because I am. You'll never know. Guess which drop. I mean, it's going to go 2 ways here, right? The obvious answer would be the pet. But RNG sometimes has a funny way of working, so the safest answer would be the pet. The Muffin. Pretty good name, too. Prince Black Dragon. I actually didn't know that's what that pet was called. Yeah, that's pretty cool. You have 2 pets, and they're probably the most common ones. Winter Todd? What? I swear I clicked. There's no technical fire making pet because you can't get the Phoenix pet outside of Winter Todd. The Phoenix pet is a Winter Todd pet and not a fire making pet. Okay, surely we don't wipe here. But you know, in for the rune crafting skill, there's a pet for the Guardians of the Rift rune crafting minigame, and then there's actually a rune crafting pet as well. Oh no. No, he's getting meleeed, bro. Another wipe. Hmm. Unfortunate. It's a little rough right now because in this team setting, I feel pressured to play absolutely perfect. Otherwise, I feel like it's a wipe. Surely Joe would want a pot instead, right? See, how come Jesse gets a "have a good day, sir," but in pub chat, but anytime anybody like says anything to me in RuneScape pub chat, they're like saying some stupid stuff. Some other super common boss pet, Kraken. Kraken's a pretty common one. You know, it's like so easy to do. The Kraken pet is a good one though. I like it. Okay, there's one more that's also super common. Common boss pet. Common boss pet. So Kraken's something everybody does. I would say giant mole, but probably not because I feel like that's kind of out the way. It's got to be something similar to Kraken. Maybe lower level than that. It's before that. Yeah, I figured it wasn't mole, but it could have been, but low chance of that. Oh, it's got to be Zulrah or Vorkath. It's one of the. I'm gonna say Zulrah. Oh, Vorkath. Okay, that was like 50-50 right there. Well, what now? I might even do some regulars if they want to, because yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna be doing today. How many charges I got? Okay, I will put 180 vials into it. Oh my god, my blood runes. I'm so down bad. GG. Okay, I guess we shall wait for what Warlow says, and then when are Dark Crabs 2K plus? You know, I never really knew what the pricing for Dark Crabs was. You know what's ridiculous though? Manta rays are absolutely ridiculous right now. Oh, they dropped. They dropped. Okay. They're down to 2.8k now, but you know, a couple of weeks ago it was 4k each. Or was I thinking of something else? No, I think it was Manta rays. I think it was Manta rays I was thinking of. They were 4k each. Uh, all right. Looks like we'll be doing some regular TOBs. Those attempts hurt my soul. I know Dark Crabs because I got to ages ago say you need Manta rays, just buy Dark Crabs, same heal, way cheaper. Yeah, a lot of the pricing and stuff. I mean, I don't keep too close of attention because you know I'm not really a main. I don't really play normal account these days, but sometimes I do notice the price changes, and it is crazy. I think it's like all over the place right now. But I was hoping it would have went a little better. Oh well. Yeah, some of these hard mode TOBs can be kind of rough. And I noticed like particularly with myself when I feel like I have to play perfect, I'm less likely to do that. And in the hard mode TOBs where it's like, oh, okay. But if I'm playing with four other super cracked out experienced people at hard mode TOB, obviously I'm just like, you know, if I die, it's fine. I guess so. Imagine grieving harder than you and your internet today. Dude, I hate internet problems, man. That sucks. Luckily, I swapped ISPs, and my internet's been really good for a few months now. But before then, my internet would just always randomly disconnect or it'd be super, super inconsistent. Um, you know, from work, log on, clients freezing all over the place, like CPU, FPS login, so I reboot, then I'm just pinging all over the place. Do you know what's going on with with like the FPS locking though? Like, I would think playing RuneScape wouldn't be that intensive. Like, internet's just gonna internet, you know? But alright, we're gonna be doing some normals now. Alrighty. In trios, I'm gonna have to double Ralos anyway, so it is what it is. Probably one more T-bow here. Possibly one more, but we'll play it safe. It's 25 defense, which is unfortunate, but we can work with it. It's not too bad. It's not worth specking. Oh, I could have let that one in. That was a mistake. Too busy yapping. I'm going to run in here to tank a little bit. But I very easily could have let that South 2 into the clump because there were no 3s. That's the thing about regulars. Not all the crabs spawn. One more T-bow hit here. Get ready for 50s. Probably could have got another T-bow hit in, but it's fine. Now this one, I can't get the 2 into the clump because I have to be on time for 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, I'll just run in to tank a couple of maiden hits. That's not great. They didn't hit North 1 at all. I just think big. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Oh my god, still not dead? What is trio? Also, I was just a bit unlucky. Little T-bow flinching. No real damage there, though. 0.6%, though. Worth. Okay, so the most comfortable thing to do here is just Chally 3-side Chally. You can do 4-side if you're super on time, but you will tank a stomp while you Chally at the end. 41%. You know, I wish the party plugin let you rearrange the order the people are listed in. If I could organize it in the order of the roles, that'd be great. A 2 down in a trio scythe raid with the new gear is so free now. Holy. So free. Tons of points. Yeah, I was saying earlier, at the start of the hard mode top session, I honestly didn't even plan on streaming today, but raid session, free content. Oh no, my Eye of Ayak only has 42,200 charges left. Get the aggros! Oh. Had my melee pants on. So normal Tob Nilicus room and hard mode Tob, the spawn mechanics actually work ever so slightly different. The number in which you can have in the room is different. In hard mode Tob, the cap is higher. So in regular I was gonna say chambers. In regular Tob, you actually have to be more mindful of hitting all the small Nilos first. Just so you don't overload the room and then make the waves stall. Eye of Ayak is what this goofy looking mage staff I'm using is called. Very convenient to be one-shotting all the aggros right there. What if we get a trio sight drop right now? Super combat. Very nice. 420. No way. Oh, I'm standing in the wrong spot. That's the 5 spot. Ouch. Obviously, internet problems is such a first world problem, but at the same time, everything in the world consistently relies on the internet more and more. So it only becomes increasingly more frustrating when oh, that was kind of zoomy, I'm not gonna lie. It was also, I think there were a couple of incorrect tiles there that which threw it all off. I'm gonna sip this restore now just so I don't smite myself. But yeah, internet problems is such a first world problem, but at the same time, it's like everything these days 100% relies on the internet. So it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean the internet doesn't work? Like the internet's not so much a luxury anymore these days; it's a necessity with the way everything goes. And I say these days, but this was probably the case like even like 5, 10 years ago, honestly. Yeah, I guess I'll just spend today and honestly tomorrow just doing random things like tobbing or whatever. I'll wait till the weekday again to do my stupid wilderness grind. I'm already starting to feel kind of over it, honestly. But we're not even on the board yet. 0 out of 3 on the Voidbreaker pieces still. Very unfortunate. Okay, I was not looking, I was all tabbed. I don't know if I was on time there. I don't know. Just not gonna risk it. I could have got the second sight then, maybe? I don't know. Hard to tell sometimes. Rip. School already had like e-report card e-student database for parents like 15 years ago, so it would say internet has been a necessity for a long time. Yeah, exactly. But all this time later, we still always run into internet issues and stuff. It's like, yeah, it's just not working today. I was like, okay, now what? It's like, what do you reckon we're supposed to do if it's not working? And you know what? It's always the ISPs and stuff that are just being really cheap too. Not updating their infrastructure and stuff. I don't think those two are comparable. Because, that's kind of on you if you're still driving a car that breaks down that often. I mean, I can't really speak to that. I truly don't know. But that kind of does go hand in hand with like people just cheapening out on like making things, you know? Well, in the internet's case, it's cheapening out on like whatever infrastructure they need. Like it would not surprise me if ISPs and their infrastructure like in certain areas, they haven't updated in like 10, 15, 20 years. Bando's chestplate. Yeah, that seems to be a problem specifically with ISPs too. Like for some reason they can just monopolize. I can't. You know what I mean? Can't speak. I talked about me switching my internet provider recently, and I would have done so much sooner if I just simply had other options. But the I made the switch when it was first when I first realized that it even existed. Because like in the years past, I would check and like there was just no other options really. Well, there was one other option, but the other option was actually even worse. Crazy. We've never seen that before. I'm dead. Oh my god. I was looking at chat and I look back at my screen and there's just two crabs next to me. Holy. Set up the pog. Swing. Everybody swing. All right. Where's the purple? Never a purple. Nothing crazy there. Oop. Perfect time to reply to some YouTube comments. Someone said just my type of video duration. It's one of those long form like compilation movie style ones that I uploaded. It's nice to see that kind of confirmation though, because I did figure people do enjoy the good long, like super long video that you can just slap on and watch. Sometimes I like, when I'm not streaming, I like to do that while I'm playing, just have something in the background, or like even when I'm just doing other stuff in general. Why am I not using Torva? It's not best in slot at scythe. It's not best in slot at top. Not since Oath Plate. Yeah, it feels a little backwards. Oath Plate is the best in slot slash armor, but because there's so many things in the game that are slash related, it feels like Oath Plate is used in more places than Torva these days. That guy's soloing top. That guy walked in. He had Missouri on. Missouri top on, and he had an Ellie. He is soloing top. Yeah, there's different style of videos too, right? I imagine when people watch Settled's videos, for example, they're very locked in. It's definitely like maybe grab some popcorn, grab a snack type of thing. Because Settled's videos are very like good storytelling. Well, there's definitely ones that are just more background noise, almost like a podcast type thing. Like you just have a TV in the room type of feel. Oh, I didn't have my occult on. That is awkward. Why there's so much blood I only leaked one crab. Seriously, I don't understand. I only leaked one crab. They're probably not crabs, but it's a pretty universal thing to just refer to them as crabs. But yeah, they're probably not actually crabs. But everybody will know what you're talking about when you say crabs. Even if they are technically ticks or whatever, if you call them ticks, everyone's just gonna look at you funny and just be like, yeah, okay, dude. I didn't tally there. You know what? That's probably why they don't call it ticks too, actually, yeah. Because the word ticks is used for an entirely different meaning in the game. Why is there a severe lack of damage on this one? What's going on here? Huge chally? Get our saturated heart going again. So something I didn't do today was post my a long form video in Discord. I don't know. I don't want to be like too spammy in Discord. Then again, people do have the option of willingly turning on or off the notifier. But I feel like if you're gonna be in the Discord and you get notified for videos, you've probably already seen the content. Like if you're the type of person that has joined my Discord, I feel like you're watching every video already. So like The long form video is probably not important to you guys. I'm also not pinging anytime I upload a short too, because those are just shorts. I think I did get into the hype a little bit with the YouTube shorts. I think I uploaded a decent amount of them over the last couple of days. We're not going to be doing that exactly per se. Like, we don't want to be spammy. But I started making a couple of those. You know, the numbers were going up. You know, the dopamine go burr. You know, the classic RuneScape number go up, but on YouTube form. There's a lot of mages out right now. Pick up my stamina. Felt pretty quick. Let's get my Elder Maul ready. The hammer missed. Rip. Yeah, going back to what I was gonna do today, that being Calvarion, I feel like it's just a waste of time because I know for a fact I'm just gonna get interrupted a lot more. So it's inefficient use of time in a sense. It's like, why would I spend a hypothetical 5 hours today to get maybe 200 KC versus if I started doing this on a Monday in the same time frame of 5 hours, I could probably get closer to like 300 KC. Right, it's just a bit of a shame because the number one goal for me right now is to get the Void Waker, but I guess I'm kind of time gated. Not because of the game itself, but because of the peak times of concurrent players and how busy the wilderness might be. Also, I've been saying that I want to achieve Grandmaster first and then go for Radiant Oathplate. But then I made the realization I'm going to have to take a picture of me in a Zuck helm with regular Oathplate at the Warriors Guild. Because you know everyone has to do that. Anybody that ever gets any combat achievement tier, much less Grandmaster, you gotta go to Gommel, get your new shiny helmet, and then take a photo right there. I probably want to get Radiant Oathplate at that point, huh? Maybe I'll do the Radiant Oathplate grind like somewhere in the middle of the Grandmaster grind. I will have to do at least one contract anyways, because that is a combat achievement. But this was something I was thinking about last night. But up until that point, I was always like, yeah, let me just get Grandmaster first, and then we'll worry about Radiant Oathplate. Could always make a Blender thumbnail by working on it for a few hours. I don't think I even have to do that. I don't even think I have to learn how to use Blender. I could use the RuneLight plugin and just pretend like I have Radiant Oathplate. There's nobody look in my inventory, but don't worry, it won't be in the screenshot. And then someone's gonna see me in game and is like, wait a second. You rag that corner? Honestly, I wasn't even paying attention. Just not paying attention. These trio TOBs are so low intensity, I can really just mindlessly do it. As long as, you know, my entire team knows what they're doing too, so I don't have to worry about all that. Very nice. What the? I did not mean to click on the Eye of Ayak there. I wonder how much money, how much GP an hour Trio TOBs is. What? Unfortunate. Hello, site? Would you like to work, please? You know, when you asked me why I wasn't wearing Torva earlier, that reminded me of a YouTube comment I got on my short. Except this guy wasn't just asking he wasn't asking why I wasn't using Scythe. He just straight up called my setup a terrorist setup, whatever that means. But based on the rest of his comment, it was obviously like very negative, right? But clearly that guy has no idea what he's talking about. Okay, I am out of food. I mean, it wasn't even just being mean for no reason. He was clearly trying to like flex his his knowledge, his ego on the game, but except he was wrong. Like he was being a jackass and he was wrong. Where's the DPS? Where is this yellow dot? Oh, there it is. I'm trolling. It's so sad. GG. You know, honestly, if we're thinking about purple chances here, even one death is super, super painful. Oh. No. Ripperino. Rip. Man, that sucks. Can do one more. Okay. Very, very unfortunate right now. What can you do? Feels bad, man. That North 2 crept in with 100%. Oh. He just froze Maiden. Good morning. Are you winning? Unfortunately not. Swing! Dude, what? How is this not even close? Dude, what? What? I don't understand, bro. Ow. No, unfortunately, the TOBs have not been going well today. But, I think I decided that this is probably better than doing Calvarian on the weekend. What the? I think that was just a bad camera angle or something. I was spam clicking, but I wasn't moving. Yeah, it is not very pogger woggers right now. Pretty decent chally. 40%. Peppy Doom has logged in. Casual Grill Masters. Casual General Motors. Casual General Managers. Casual Game Masters. Casual I'm running out of GMs. I actually clicked Piety there thinking about the Nyla Prince. Hello, how many hits does it take to kill that thing? Nope, don't have my ward on. Pop the big. We shall just double claw. Hello, is it ever gonna range? On to Sotiseg. No way, we hit 2 hammers. No way, we hit 2 hammers again. No way, we hit all the hammers. It's a miracle. It is a miracle. Rip. Can you imagine I just died like that at the end there? That'd have been tragic. That would have been tragic. I am so sick of RNG. You're telling me. Is that crap? I think I'm in cycle. Wow, we got Zarpus 0 defense too. Oh, Peppy, I don't know if you're still in here or not, but I was thinking last night, and I mentioned this, I think a little bit before you came into the stream, but I made the realization that My initial goal of getting Grandmaster first and then Radiant Oakplate doesn't sound as good of an idea right now. Because I made the realization I have to take a screenshot of myself getting Grandmaster and I'll be wearing regular Oakplate in that picture. No. We'll just do a little plug-in action and pretend like we're wearing Radiant Oakplate in the picture, maybe. Or, you know, we'll actually get Radiant Oakplate first. Am I dead? I actually didn't know if I was supposed to sight once or twice there. Yeah, maybe we'll actually go for Radiant Oakplate a little bit before Grandmaster, like sometime in the middle of the grind, I suppose. Maybe. A 3-minute Zarpus? I really don't know how long regular trio Zarpuses usually go for, but a 3-minute seems like a weird number. Feels slow, but I could be wrong. Oh, just slapped my mic by accident. Well, you need to do one contract at least, but the easiest one is super doable compared to the harder ones that are annoying and tough. Yeah, that's what I heard. But either way, Radiant Oakplate is on the agenda. Just a matter of when. I gotta join the pajama party, you know? The thing is, still to this day, I have not even really sat down and watched a video on any of the contracts, really. Because back when you and Joe were working on them, I mean, I didn't even have a purging staff, so I was just like, there's just no point right now. Like, even if I watch it now, I'm not going to retain the information. Chance to bounce? GG. Oh, don't heal. Why am I walking? Oh, wow, I made it. What? Whatever, we'll just... Wow, that was something. There's no purple. What can you do? I think that was the last one. I think that was the last one. Oh, I don't know what I just pressed in the chat. Vials of blood, no way. You know what? I feel like I should replace one of the emote slots. Because on YouTube right now we have 4 emote slots. I should replace one of them for TY for R. I got some vials of blood back. That's good because I just used 180 of those. I did 48% of the damage on Verzik P3. Jeez. That's crazy. I might have got MVP, guys. I'm not sure on that one. Okay, now what do we do? What do we do? Yeah, unfortunately, the tops today have not gone that well, honestly. Especially the hard mode tops. I really wish they went better, but it is what it is. The question is, what do we do now? I didn't really think this far, so I really don't know what to do. CM. You're in the solo CM right now? Hmm. I don't know. I could, I could record. I could do some more CMs. Because that new series I'm doing, I have about 4 or 5 CMs recorded, but I still have a bit more to record. So I could do that. Yeah, that might be the move potentially. Be right back real quick. Gotta feed my dog and stuff like that real quick. 1 second. We are back. What's going on in the pub chat? Some, sire, some. Pendant of 8. Inert. Okay. I think we will at least do a couple of those solo CMs. Let's get to it. We're gonna have to change spellbooks. I'm gonna have to figure out where we last left off. Okay, spellbook. Okay. Gotta go through all these files. What was the last one we recorded? That's a TOB. I think it's been a good while since I did these. Like, it was probably like last week or something, at the minimum. Let's see. This is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this actually... This can't be it. I'm using max here in this one. So I think we've done 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think this other CM was just for fun. I'm gonna delete that one. Okay, we've done... Why am I at Fossil Island? I indeed got a YouTube sub, which in the event they are in the chat, appreciate it. But I think more times than not, they're not in the YouTube live stream. They are either watching a short or a YouTube video. But the neat thing is whenever we are live, the stream bot will broadcast that, which is pretty cool. And it's only people that have their YouTube subscribers public. Okay, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, I said 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. So this is gonna be the 6th setup that we're working with. CCB only hit 65 solo shamans. Yeah, you either send it like right in the beginning. Even then, you won't get a 110, or it might not be a thing you bother with at all. I'm actually going to put on my regular Vernic treads. Not the max one. They do look a little bit different, you can tell. Okay. Divine Super Combat. Tuna. And an angler. Let me load up the fit layout though, just as a quick refresher. Okay, so we got Aram row bottoms into the ancestral row bottoms. And I think that's about it. It's pretty big though, full ancestral. Let me double check all the audio and make sure we're good. I don't want to do a full raid of me straight yapping and then the recording's not picking up the right stuff, you know? That would be terrible. I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay. As part of the Rags to Riches series, we are now sometime in the November of 2023, around there between those few months. We pulled the Dragon Claws sometime in a regular raid, not a solo CM raid, sometime in August. And I pulled the Ancestral Row Bottoms in this time as well. So we upgraded from the Aram's Row Bottoms from Barrows to the Ancestral Row Bottoms. And now we have full Ancestral. But we're still rocking the Trident of the Swamp. Just Ironman things. Now, a little adjustment we're going to make here is that during this stage, I was wearing Primordials. The Avernic Treads quite obviously did not exist. And previously, in all my runs, I've been using my Avernic Treads Max, which is all three Cerberus boots combined. The Eternals, the Picasians, and the Primordials. And they're actually better than those Cerberus boots. However, fortunately, I have actually pulled dupe Avernic Treads, and these Avernic Treads are empty. So they're a little bit closer in stats compared to the Primordials rather than the Avernic Treads Max variant. So I'm going to put the Max ones away. And then, with that being said, let's just pot up here. I think I still am bringing the Anti-Venom in just in case. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to bring 2 Staminas. We're going to bring a Shark just to heal back up if we need to. And with that being said, let's get started here. Still rocking the Dragon Warhammer at this stage. Again, I did have the Elder Maul back then, but it was not a spec weapon. And obviously something I cannot change is that the first hammers were never guaranteed in the past. Well, I missed the second hammer anyway, so 1 hammer. And we are going to be 5 ticking with the Fang. Which, at the time, I did not do. I did not know how to do the 5-tick Tecton method. Looking back at it now, though, it was honestly something I picked up fairly quickly once I gave it a go. Watched a quick video and learned it pretty quickly. But I don't know, I guess I was just stubborn and stuck in my ways, and I never learned it until I got a scythe. But during this stage of the game, I was very much just using a Fang for Tecton. So that was a pretty abysmal first anvil there. Nothing we can really do, though. You know, we don't have Torva, we don't have Oath Plate during this. Those are all very, very new pieces of gear. I did clarify this in the past as well, but obviously Blood Moon did not exist either. Varlamore, very new region, the newest region. But unfortunately, on this account, I just don't have any Bandos Tacits laying around. If I'm not mistaken, the offensive stats for the Bandos Tacits and the Blood Moon Tacits are the same. But the Blood Moon Tacits only require 50 defense, so I guess I have a little bit less defense. So Tecton's going over 2 minutes now, but honestly that was pretty standard back then, especially when I only landed the 1 hammer. And I wasn't about to Tecton reset until I had 2 hammers. That would have been a waste of supplies. And the main reason I chose to do solo CMs over regular raids was the supplies. I pretty much used next to nothing doing what ended up being over 1,100 solo CMs. Well, there were some team ones in there too, but the majority were definitely solos. Okay, 7 HP. We just need 1 more hit. There we go. I'm going to sip the Anti-Venom now to make room. I'm going to sip the Overload and the Enhance. While the overload ticks, I'm going to eat this shark to heal back up. And I'm also going to grab the revitalization and at least sip that a couple of times. I'll go ahead and drop that now, though. And we're going to do Crab Room with the Bofa, which is much better because, you know, the Bofa doesn't use any ammo, so very ideal for Crab Room. Let's smash this crab. Smash that one as well. We're going to need to make sure that crab stays out the way for the mage. There we go. We'll walk these down here. Again, keep that extra crab that's aggroed on us right now out of the way. And lastly, the melee crystal. We'll have to walk this one down to the other side. There we go. Crab room complete. Crab room actually used to be a little bit harder. These days, there's no tick delay cooldown or anything like that on the crabs. You can just spam attack them. But back then, that was not the case. Alright, right here, we're going to be scavving. First things first, though, actually, we need to make some inventory space. So I'm going to drop the overload and enhance right there. We got ourselves 14 juice and 12 mushrooms, which is absolutely perfect. I'm going to finish the scav off, though. Let's see if we can get some more planks for some extra points. We do not. There's a lockpick, which, if I had the room, I could pick up, but can't be bothered. We're going to go ahead and build the storage unit now and chuck the juice and the mushrooms in there. We're going to bank everything else, pick up our axe. And while we're chopping, we're also going to make our way back down here to pick up both the tinderbox and the potions that we dropped. Back in 2023, late 2023, there weren't all these changes to the raid that are available now. For example, this kindling is not stackable. And later on, when we get to the thieving room, the grubs were not stackable. So it was very, very important to make room in your inventory. Not just for the grubs and the kindling, but actually for your run energy too, which is another change that they have made over the years, which has made the raid and honestly the game in general in a lot of instances a bit easier. Back then, I'm pretty sure I used to bring 3 stamina pots. Right now we're bringing 2, and arguably we only really need the 1. But I'm bringing 2 just in case. Our standard practice here for ice demons is to just chop 2 full inventories, so 28 kindling I deposited in 1 brazier. We get 28 right here, and we're going to deposit in another one. And then this third chop is just, you know, how much we can get within a certain time frame. So right now, Ice Demon is at 50%, around 35% or so. Maybe a little bit earlier than that because we're slightly further away from the boss right now. We're going to go ahead and deposit whatever we chopped, 11 kindling in our case. And just for inventory purposes, we're going to deposit those potions in shared, withdraw all, and then we're going to bank things we don't need, which is actually most things in here. And then we'll go back into shared. We're going to open up with a hammer spec. Unfortunately, that misses. We don't have a ZCB either, so there's nothing to spec at Shaman, so we're going to dump both hammer specs. And we are fanging Ice Demon here. These days, you would want to bring your Emberlight because, well, it's in the name, Ice Demon. However, back in the day, Ice Demon was not actually weak to any Demon Bane, so not even the Arc Light would have been good. The Emberlight didn't even exist. That came with while Gothic sleeps. I do believe this melee fang method was a little bit better DPS than the Bofa. I think it does vary based on how many hammers you do hit. course, we also have our thrall running. Our overload and enhance just ran out, so we're going to repot those. You tried to rope skip and misclicked the actual rope itself. That is unfortunate. Alright, that's Ice Demon down. These days, Ice Demon actually drops some secondaries, as you see right there. Again, a change that they made over the years that is not the case, or that was not the case in the past. Moving on to Shamans, we potted our Anti-Venom right after Tecton, so we should have ample time here. In fact, we still have a whole 6.5 minutes, so we should be good. Our Bofa is on accurate by mistake here, so let's fix that. I was running some Theater of Blood earlier, and I put my T-Bow on accurate for some of the rooms. We didn't get the Shaman into the safe spot, so we'll just be running it here. I think I'm going to tank that. Nope, I got out the way in time. Very fortunate. It was very unfortunate and a mistake by me to aggro both the Shamans at the same time. You want to avoid that as best as you can. And honestly, if you could just get the Shamans into a safe spot, you save a bit of prayer, and it just makes this room much more simple and less hectic. If you do have to run the Shamans, however, a good tactic is to walk one tile to see if it's going to throw the bomb, and if it does throw the bomb, that's when you run another tile, and you'll be able to dodge the attack every time. Alright, our prayer was actually very, very low here. We just had 7 prayer left. I may have needed to keep that super restore on me, I'm not sure, but we got away with not having it. So for prep, I didn't always do this, but what I have learned over the years in the many, many CMs that I've done is a very efficient, or maybe not necessarily efficient, but a very easy way to prep. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to have 13 juice and 8 mushrooms, which is more than enough supplies. At least in the max gear we have now. You know, maybe this is just enough for the gear setup we have right now. But 13 juice, 8 mushrooms. We then also take our spade out, so we have 3 inventory spaces filled. We fill our inventory with vials. We drop 4 of them, actually. We deposit 10 into shared. And right now, we have ample space in our inventory for all the booters, but we're going to be picking up just 8 booters first. So here we go, 1 more. We're going to clean those, and we're going to turn these into the 8 revitalizations with our 8 mushrooms. So we'll go ahead and let that happen. Once that's done, we put those in shared, and the previously chucked 10 water vials in the storage we take out. Now we have exactly 13 inventory spaces to make 13 brews. So we're going to pick up all these booters, clean them, and we can make our brews as we run into the next room. I think if we wanted to be more accurate to how we did these raids back then, I probably prepped a ton more brews. Restores likely around the same because you never really need that many restores, but brews I probably prepped like 20, you know, just to be safe. But like I said, over the years and over the many runs, I have optimized this, and 13:8 ratio on the brews and restores is very, very comfortable, and actually still an over prep. But it's just mindless to do, very simple, and you always know you have enough without too much clicking involved. All right, so right here, we're going to gear up. We're going to withdraw all. Actually, that may have been a mistake. Maybe we should not have withdrew all. Nevertheless, let's fix our inventory here. Let's deposit everything that we don't need, which is most things, once again. Just need the 3 best in slot gear for each respective style. We'll take out our potions. We're going to need at least 1 restore and 2 brews. And then let's fix our inventory a little bit here. Should be good to go. We are going to open up with mage attacks first, because we want to DPS mage as best as we can. Make sure our trident is on long range. and protect range because the ranger's right there. Overload actually expired, so let's fix that. Same thing with the enhance. And the Fang that we used at Tecton, we also use here at Vanguards. Pretty much if you don't have a Scythe of Iter, the Fang is the next best thing. Also, I should have clawed. Hopefully I don't hit too hard here. Luckily I did not. I wasted some spec on a Fang spec. I kind of forgot I had claws. You know, we're working with a lot of different inventory setups here, so it is a little confusing to me. But back then, I would be doing hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of the raid with the same exact setup before I even got one upgrade, so everything was a lot more crisp back then, and we're doing our best to recreate it right now, but half this gear we have in our inventory we don't actually use today, so it's kind of crazy. So we're stepping under the ranger here to take care of the major. This is the only one that you can step under. The other ones will path out and target you. But I guess the range one is just not as smart. We're going to eat on our 15s here to keep up our stats while healing up as well. Whenever you're doing Vanguards or even Ohm P3, those are very crucial moments to know what your max hits are on your weapons and your gear setup, in which I actually don't know right now. I believe maybe my mage max hit is a 45 if I had to guess, but I could be wrong. And I do believe my Bofa setup is perhaps a 49. We are camping the light bearer. We didn't bring a ring switch at this point in time, so we have a lot of spec, but it's actually worse DPS overall, I believe. Even a berserker ring back then would have went a long way. These Vanguard runes really were quite slow back then, so this is fairly accurate. Alright. Only the melee remains. You know, I didn't actually check how many charges I had in my trident before we started here. Hopefully it's enough. 1.9k? Okay, cool. I guess I restarted or recharged it at the start of this series here, and it's not like I use the trident anywhere else these days, so... We have 1.9k charges. Alright, thieving room, I mean, I don't really have to explain anything here, do I? Other than the fact that, you know, like I said back at Ice Demon, these grubs are now stackable. So what I'm doing right now, you wouldn't be able to do back then. You would have to run all the way to the chest to clear out your inventory first, and then you would be able to start picking up the grubs. Let's go ahead and put our pots away anyways. We're going to have to do a little shifting of our inventory. In a solo raid, we are going to need 30 grubs. So despite using the Avernic treads, them being tribrid boots, the downside to this is that these things actually don't have any prayer bonus, whereas I'm sure the Cerberus boots at least had a tiny, tiny bit. The primordials that I'd be wearing. Okay, so we actually found ourselves with some bats. We're going to equip our range gear here. Actually, we're going to do a bit of switching here. And this is just solely because I want to organize my inventory a certain way. We don't need our mage gear at all anymore. We do need a stamina, our rune pouch, our salve, our pick, and actually that is it. So from this point on, we take our pots out. We're going to take those bats just because we found them. We're going to need a decent chunk of super restores, actually. These days, I bring 2 super restores and we call it good, but with the Bofa setup, rather than using a Shadow or even a T-bow, there's a much, much different story. Speaking of which, we're going to go to Vespula here, and I want to make sure I change my quick prayers to Redemption and Rigor, rather than Redemption and Augury. We're going to want to make sure we have Enhance going, the Prayer Enhance. And I should have paid more attention and perhaps re-overloaded before I came in here, because overloading in the middle of this room is a little bit scary. But you know what? You can stand on this marked tile right here for a decent amount of time and not worry about it too much. Just whatever you do, do not stand under the boss for more than a tick. Don't go under the boss unless you're going in for the hit on the portal. So this was a real pain back then. This Vestibula is likely going to last over 2 minutes. We're going to use a ton of restores. And in some cases, we might even run out of these restores. And we'll have to rely on our Enhance. Not only that, but every tick here, every hit splat, means crystal charges being burned on our armor, which was very painful back then. With all the CMs I did, I also did a ton of Corrupted Gauntlet to upkeep my crystal shards. I am going to use these bats afterwards to heal back up. I didn't really ever go out of my way to get the bats, but there are plugins to help you find the bats. I think I actually have it on, but I never cared to get the bats specifically. They do net you a little bit of points, but you know, unless you get lucky, in general, they're very, very out the way to go get, so it's not a big deal. You can see here, we are running out of restores. We brought like 4 or 5 in. We just have less than 2 now. But that should do the trick that Bofa hit right there. We're going to use the bats to heal back up. We're going to take all of these pots. Another change over the years is, I do believe back then, Vestibula did not drop an overload. So it was very, very important for you to like hold on to an overload. But these days, almost every boss drops an overload, so you can just juggle and refresh your overloads. So we're going to hit the chest here. We don't need 3 restores, but we are going to take more brews. We're going to be doing a tightrope the regular way here, just by slaying the majors and the rangers respectively. So let's get a thrall summoned here. And the majors, nice and chill. Since the Bofa is a 4-tick weapon, I do believe you just trade 1-to-1 hits with these things here. But if you're using a Shadow or a Twisted Bow, a 5-tick weapon, you would want to step out of range. Otherwise, you'd be eating more hits than you send out. Okay, sometimes these majors do a lot of damage to you, so you got to do your best to heal back up. I'm going to eat on my 15s here. And you definitely want to be very, very healthy for the rangers, because those things will almost always do an absolute ton of damage to you. So right here, we're actually going to flick to some range defense. Okay, and as I was explaining earlier, the 1-to-1 hits, just out of habit, I was stepping back there, but you really don't need to. But for these rangers, I highly recommend flicking into some range defense armor before the hits actually hit you. And you can also brew up too. Basically, the boss, or not the boss, but the mobs will never hit you for more health than you have. So when it calculates the damage, say you're sitting at 20 health, or for example right now 36, it can definitely max for a 36. Ooh, you know, in me yapping, I just clicked on the wrong pot there and I chanced myself. But perfect example right there, I had 23 health. And it hit me for 23, but I brewed, so I was able to stay alive. Honestly, I'm focusing so hard on what I was saying right there, I probably didn't do any of that well. But we're alive, that's the important thing. We're crossing the rope now, getting the Keystone Crystal. So we're around the 22-minute mark right now, and we're on our way to floor 3 of the challenge mode raid. If memory serves me right, I think we're actually a little bit speedy right now, and I think that's just due to the nature of the changes in the game. Run energy being one of them. Okay, so here, we're going to want to grab as many brews as possible, and the luxury of not needing to bring any mage gear is that we really do have a ton of inventory space. These days, I am definitely not bringing what is this? 10 brews? But with this setup, we had the luxury of bringing 10 brews, if not more than that, actually. We're going to re-overload here, of course. Always stay overloaded. Guardian's room, not much to it. I am stepping back and doing this in a method that saves run energy, but you know what? I don't really know if this matters too much these days with the run energy changes. But basically the gist of it is I am running back one tile, then instantly walking in one tile, waiting a tick, and then hitting the boss. I keep saying boss, but not everything in here is a boss. You know, these guardians, I don't know if you could refer to them as a boss. But yeah, Guardians, nice and simple. We did have a Dragon Pickaxe at this point, but the first couple of solo CMs I did, I actually did not have one. Right now, though, I probably have like 7 Dragon Pickaxes in the bank. And in the TOA storage. Also, these things aren't worth anything these days. I could be mistaken, but I do recall Dragon Pickaxes being worth like 10 mil GP or something in that range at one point. But these days, they aren't even worth 1 mil. Bit of a shame, really. Alright, that is... Oh, never mind. One more hit. Now that is Guardian Rooms completed. We're going to switch to the Fang here because we're going to be using the Fang for the crystals. Keep our inventory nice and organized. And we're going to swap into the Bofa setup. I do have a tile marked here saying Vasa teleport skip. That is what you would skip if you utilize that method, but I'm not going to do it just because I didn't back then. As we're working on Vasa here, nothing to it. 4-tick Vasa is actually much simpler than 5-ticking because it's just very straightforward. Vasa's attacks and your attacks line up very well. You can move and dodge those rocks flying at you without much issue. Looking at my inventory here, I think I did make a bit of a mistake. I absolutely packed my inventory with brews, but I don't have very many restores. In fact, for some reason, I still have 2 enhances in my inventory and just the 1 restore. I may have to do a little bit of flicking here just to make that last. Ideally, I would want to have 2 restores. I could most definitely work with this if I was in max gear, but every room is going to take just a little bit longer, right? Once again, I forget that I have claws. These days, I don't bring the dragon claws into the raid. I use a ZCB exclusively. So I'm just forgetting to use the claws. Again, this is just a game update, so I can't really recreate this. But this Vasa is most definitely going faster than it used to, despite me recreating the gear. This is because they actually nerfed Vasa's defense at some point, and I think even a blowpipe would be semi-viable here now. Whereas before, in the past, it was honestly kind of silly to do solo CMs without a Twisted Bow. But for many reasons, I actually opted to do solo CMs anyways. It was definitely doable with a Bofa. Maybe not the most ideal, but I preferred the consistency and the layout of solo CMs, as well as the minimal supply usage over the many variables in the regular Chambers of Xerix. Okay, that is Vasa complete. We're going to take the Overload. I could actually drop the 1 enhance there because that was an extra. And as we run to Mystics, I'm going to heal up. With all these brews in my inventory. We are most definitely going to have to do some flicking here. At least offensive prayers anyways. So another key thing here is that I do bring a Salve Amulet into these raids. Whereas in the max setup these days, I do not. And I opt to just Shadow in Max Mage instead. If you don't bring a salve into the raid, max mage is better than max range. Our overload's going to expire here in a second. Okay, I missed those flicks. Let's not talk about it. That is one skeletal mystic down. We're going to lure this one, since the other one's just sitting on the other side not seeing us. We can safely just work on this one over here. On our 15s, we're going to brew to keep our stats up and heal up at the same time. And for anybody that might not understand what I mean by eating on 15s, I'm specifically referring to the overload timer right here as on my mouse cursor. So on a flat 4 minute, I can safely sip my brew and keep my stats at 120. So right here, you can see that it very briefly dipped to a 104, but went straight back up to a 106, or 106, 120. I don't even know where the 106 number came from. So we are going to be chopping the tree. And another luxury here is that I was able to bring more brews because an axe is actually available here in the room. This is relatively new. This was not the case back then. We would have had to keep our axe at Ice Demons and bring it all throughout the floors to get to this point. So obviously we're not going to take any chances here at Mudadal. If you didn't know, Mudadal Room, the Baby Doll, and the Mama Doll combined, they do sometimes hit like an absolute truck. So you got to safe up and keep your health as high as you can. Okay, that is the tree down. I actually didn't have my Anguish equipped that entire time. I'll throw that on now, though. And then we're going to be fanging the Baby Doll here. And actually, once again, forgetting to use my Dragon Claws, but I definitely dumped my Dragon Claw specs on the Baby Doll. I must be still sitting in a party right now because there are 6 Elder Maws being shown as part of the Defense Tracker plugin, but obviously we haven't done any of that. So I'll go ahead and leave the party now. Although I do believe that text is just going to stay there. Mudadal is a bit easier these days, as once it mages you once, you know it will mage you at least 2 more times. So it is a little bit more predictable, whereas in the past, it was just completely random. Alright, that is Mudadal done. Honestly, that was pretty humble. We're gonna pick up our pots, brew up here, restore as well, and make our way over to Ulm. We are indeed doing solo chambers right now. We are doing solo challenge mode chambers, actually. In the midst of this run, I am currently live streaming. We just have a few people tuning into the stream as well. I guess to get a little sneak peek of the series. So right here, next to Ulm, these chests didn't exist down here either. We would have had to get ready up top, climbing up that rope there. Alright, we're going to chuck all the brews into shared. We did drop a brew and reeve it later. That's just to pre-pot. We're going to smuggle the bronze axe out of here. That is very, very important, by the way. You must smuggle the bronze axe out of here. We're going to bank the range gear because we're going to want our inventory in a specific way. We're going to want our mage gear at the top. That includes the Thrall book. That's going to be our offhand. And then we're actually going to use the Dragon Hunter crossbow and the buckler. Which, you know what? I may have failed to mention this in the beginning, but the buckler was a new thing I brought in. I pulled a buckler much earlier, but I just never really brought them into solo CMs until sometime down the line. I was very reluctant to change my setups, even when I pulled new gear. Unless it was very, very obvious, right? The buckler, I really wasn't sure of. I recognized that it was better DPS, obviously, for Olm head phase, but you know, it's hard to convince yourself to bring one item for one specific room for one specific phase of the room, which ultimately lasts like 1 to 2 minutes, right? All right, enough yapping here, though. Let's gear up. I am going to bring both staminas in, maybe. Let me just see how our inventory works out here. All right, we are not. I'm going to go ahead and sip the stamina. I couldn't afford to do this in the past, which is probably why I didn't bring the buckler. But you can see here, I can pre-pot the stamina, and we'll pre-pot our overload and enhance now, and then heal back up. And we can still afford 5 brews, which for me is the sweet spot. 5 brews is always enough. Except for when you just make 10,000 mistakes. And, you know, all those mistakes just compound. Alright, I made a mistake as I entered. I brought my Fang. That... Okay, you know what? That makes sense. That makes sense. I did bring two staminas. And I would have had space if I didn't have my Fang on me. But yeah, I guess we bring the Fang in now. It is what it is. So we melee hand Dragon Warhammer spec twice, and unfortunately don't even get a single spec. But we are camping the Light Bear, and we will have spec again. Alright, I instinctively went over to the other side of the room, thinking we were gonna 12 to 0 or 8 to 1 with the Shadow. But we have a Trident, so we're just gonna 3 to 0 here. We have our Thrall summoned, very important to keep the head turning. Although sometimes you do get unlucky, and the head won't turn anyways because the Thrall actually misses, while you miss as well. Three to 0 mage, very simple, very satisfying. I am doing it in a more optimized method where you can walk out some tiles and save run energy. These are definitely methods you had to employ back then, but not so much these days. Alright, that is the mage hand down. That actually felt like it went down pretty quickly. As I mentioned earlier, we have another hammer spec, and we missed. That is our Fang and not our Dragon Hunter Lance. We should maybe move that out the way so we don't accidentally click on it. So the crystal came out and... Well, hold on. Let's get in cycle here. These days, I have the muscle memory to 3 to 1 with the scythe with a 5-tick weapon. So I am kind of messing up here. Like, I just burned a tick in the middle when I didn't have to there. So we gotta lock in here. We gotta lock in here. Okay, so we need a 4 to 1. Okay, lightning came out, so that means we have to 3 to 1. And I do believe now we should be in cycle. Anytime we're below 43 health, or even at 43, we are definitely going to brew. It just auto twice there, which means we're going to 3 to 1 twice. So we're still not actually in cycle right now, but we're going to go ahead and fix that. With the lance being a 4-tick weapon, we are 4 to 1-ing. Whereas if you were using a 5-tick weapon, you would 3 to 1 or learn World Sight, which I do believe is actually the most optimal method. I'd say in a solo Olm, the most important thing is to keep the head turning. We most definitely had to brew that right there. Again, below 35 or below 43 health, we're going to have to... Okay, that was a mistake. I should have 3 to 1 twice, I think. Or am I misremembering here? You'd think I'd know precisely how to explain this after having done this thousands of times, but... speaking and doing the raid, especially doing the raid in a method that I haven't done in a long time, is actually a little bit more complicated. I'm trying to like remember, almost as if I was to relearn these 4-to-1 methods and the 3-0 method, because I haven't done them in so long. But it's like riding a bicycle. After some reps, we will get back into the swing of things. So I actually missed a tick here, and I ate an auto attack. Once again, hammer's not hitting, which is very unfortunate, but also fairly accurate to how it was back then. And I may have went for that hammer spec while being unoverloaded, so that was probably a mistake. So during the Mage Hand 3-0 phase, we're going to be taking absolutely 0 damage as long as we are doing this correctly. During this time, I don't need to turn on any overhead, so that will save a bit of prayer. And I'm also going to take this time to heal back up, as we just overloaded, and we know we most definitely are going to take some damage while we work on the melee hand in a little bit here. Looking at my own character here, it's honestly kind of silly seeing myself in fully kitted Ancestral, but with a Trident and a Book of the Dead. I may have had 1 or 2 kits at this point in time, but definitely not the full set. So it was actually mismatched Ancestral, actually. Okay, we just went for the spec with an Ancestral hat on. Okay, a little bit of mistakes here, but I'm focusing on turning the head. And let's see if we are in cycle or not. Okay, we are not. Portal came out. Our prayer is incredibly low, so let's zip a restore. When you missed hammers using a lance, it was a huge difference. These days in the max setup, it's not the end of the world if you don't hit a hammer. But with the lance setup, you really feel it, as we are now. Okay, this is a bit embarrassing, but I think I just made the realization as to what I've been doing wrong in this raid right now. You know, there might be some people out there watching this and you just simply don't know any better because you're not too familiar with solo CMs or solo Ulm in general, more specifically. But I believe I had it backwards there. If it autos me twice, I have to 3-to-1 once. If lightning comes out, I have to 3-to-1 twice. I was doing it the other way around, but it's coming back to me now. That's why I wasn't getting into cycle. So here we go. We're on P3. We get 1 hammer this time, and by the time we're done with the mage hand here, we'll get at least 1 more spec. So hopefully 2 hammers land. That would be the most ideal. We are going to work on the mage hand first here on P3. Of course, we're not going to finish it off, as you have to finish both hands off at a small window of time. Otherwise, the hands will reset. But we are going to chip away at the mage hand first. This is great because we're regenning our spec and we'll potentially be able to land a second hammer and do the melee hand a little bit better. You know, while we're nice and cozy here running the mage hand, let me just talk about the different methods I used to do to tackle P3. The mage hits used to be very, very inconsistent. These days with the shadow, you know, you can just guarantee you're going to absolutely obliterate the mage hand. But back then, I definitely toyed with finishing the mage hand first and then finishing the melee hand. Usually that's less than ideal because the melee hand does have a shield that pops up, and when that shield pops up, you actually can't hit it. Otherwise, you'll heal the hand. Not something you want to do. So most people actually finish the melee hand first and then deal with the mage hand. But again, like I said, I used to have issues with accurately hitting the mage hand. So I kind of toyed around with the idea, and I definitely had my fair share of P3 hands resetting, unfortunately. Okay, so earlier I mentioned that it was important to know your max hits, and P3 ohm is exactly why, because I do believe the mage hand right now is sitting at roughly 41 health, and that is below my max hit. I think I can hit a 45, maybe even a 46 or 47. Again, I'm not entirely sure. But since I know I can most definitely hit a 41, I'm just not going to hit the hand again until I'm ready to finish both hands. Right now, we're getting absolutely obliterated. I'm being forced to chug brews, but even at 43 here, I'm going to chug because you just never know if it's going to hit a 43. In fact, it just smacked me at 35 right there. This is going to be a very rough head phase. We're probably going to have to 2-0 the entire thing, unfortunately. 42, we're actually going to chance it here just because I know my brew situation is very down bad right now. Alright, we finished the melee hand. We're going to quickly swap in our mage gear here. Get the job done. Okay, yeah, what we are going to do now is we're actually just going to 2-0 the hand. Okay, we're messing up here, but let's try to recover. Let's lock in. Very scary right now. Missing out on some hits, but doing our best to stay alive, honestly. Very sketchy right now. We are officially out of food. Let's hope we get some ruby procs. Those would be very ideal right now. As long as we stay in cycle here, we shouldn't take any damage from Ulm itself. But the difficult thing here is the falling rocks. Exhibit A, I just took a 20. So I'm actually going to throw on Redemption right here because I am currently poisoned. And we're going to hope for a Redemption proc to give ourselves some HP back. Let's also get our stamina going because our stamina is quite low. So there we go. We get the Redemption proc. A little bit of a lifeline there. And from this point on, we kind of have to play perfect. And as I say that, we eat another crystal. Sometimes it's just impossible to dodge those crystals and stay in cycle. Sometimes you kind of have to pick between two. Either you tank the crystal or you fall out of cycle. I'm once again going to throw on Redemption, and hopefully the poison ticks down and gives me some health back. So one more poison tick. Oh, that was very humble. Oh, that was very humble. We got away not once, but twice there. There we go. And we also still have our enhance going. So we're going to be definitely relying on that now. A few more hits. You know, I'm not sure if we got a single ruby proc. Okay, rigor is not even enabled right now. That is a mistake. That is a very ill-timed Ruby proc, as that did, like, no damage. Followed up by a 1 and a 0. That should do the trick. There we go. We survived. Obviously, some luck involved there. But we got it done. No purple, unfortunately. 48-minute raid. You know what? I'd say that's pretty accurate to how it was, actually. Through our own mistakes, just forgetting how to 4-1 melee hand here, or getting back in the cycle more specifically, that did make this fight a lot more difficult than it needed to be. But at the same time, back then, sometimes even when I played absolutely perfectly, the hits just weren't there due to the nature of our gear and a little bit of RNG. And it would be rough like that. And sometimes I would die. But as I did more and more raids, I would die less and less. And yeah, it was just mostly RNG, especially those rubies. Those rubies would make a huge difference. I don't think I got a single ruby there. I could be mistaken. Other than the one that was way, way too late and did probably like 2 damage. What did we end up here with? Death Runes and Coal. I actually do very much appreciate the Death Runes. Sweet. We did it. Alright, let's move on to the next setup. I'm actually very surprised to survive that there. I was yapping so hard. I was yapping so hard, but I think that's going to be a good video. Like, pretty pog ending, too, actually. Alright, moving on to the next setup. So that was setup number 6. Setup number 7. Oh, we get a Torva helm. And we're going to go ahead and use Ruby Dragon Bolts, obviously. Wow, we look pretty interesting here. I could take a sip of water since I've been yapping for like the last 50 minutes straight. With this gear setup, we are now roughly in the beginning of 2024. In fact, this new Torva helm that we're wearing now, I pulled on January 1st of 2024. We were officially in our next grind era. Honestly, we maybe started doing next a little too early. Back then, we were doing it in pretty scuffed gear. I didn't have Missouri available from TOA, and I didn't even have an Armadillo crossbow, which was pretty essential if you didn't have a twisted bow at next. And honestly, I think most Ironmen don't even go to next until they are in absolute max gear. But you know what? I ended up pulling a Torva helm. Very worth it. And you know what? If there's one item from next that you would want to get first, a Torva helm is probably the most ideal. But yeah, nevertheless, that is the new thing we are bringing into the raids now at solo CMs. And we're consistently bringing the buckler. In the previous episode, I said that I did start bringing the buckler, but I think during this stage, I started consistently bringing it. Anyways, enough yapping, let's start the raid. Still no ring switch, unfortunately. We have been camping the light bear the entire time during this era. But yeah, let's pot up. I also, unsure whether or not I was using divine pots in this era, but we're going to go ahead and use divines anyways. Divines are very, very worth using. Okay, we have pre-potted. I could actually pre-pot an imbued heart, although I don't think that makes too much of a difference. But, I mean, you know what? That was something I didn't have back then. Alright, here we go. I guess while we get started on Tecton here, if this is the first video you might be watching, and you're thinking, hey, you're supposed to be recreating what you wore back then, but you're wearing some things that quite simply didn't exist back then. Well, I guess I will clarify. I suppose the most notable thing is the Avernic treads. Back then, I would be wearing the Primordial boots, but unfortunately, being on an Ironman, I don't have the Primordial boots anymore. So I'm wearing the regular Avernics. Oh, actually, that's a mistake. I'm wearing the Avernic treads max here, which are significantly better, I will admit. You know, they are tri-bit boots now. But yeah, we're just trying to recreate the setup as best as we can. But unfortunately, we just don't have Primordial boots. But we most definitely weren't wearing Dragon boots back then. Another thing is I am wearing the Blood Moon Tassets. Those didn't exist back then either. But I was wearing Bandos Tassets, which I do believe offensive stats-wise, they are the same. And in fact, I am putting myself at a slight disadvantage here wearing Blood Moon as they have less defense. And there's some slight differences, obviously. I didn't have Blood Torva, but I did have this Torva helmet. But that's just a aesthetic, a cosmetic. Anyways, we landed both hammers here at Tecton. So DPS is actually really good here right now. Couple more hits, and we should be done with Tecton. I will say, though, I'm actually a big fan of this look I have right now. Oh, also, I probably didn't have the Osmumtum's Fang kit either. But, you know, again, cosmetic. Alright, with Tecton being down, let's sip our Anti-Venom. Let's sip the Overload, the Enhance. And as our HP ticks down, we're going to eat this shark as well. We are going to pick up the Refit and sip it a few times. And we'll go ahead and drop that back on the floor to make room. On the Crab Room. So that Tecton ended up taking over 2 minutes, which I would like to say that was probably pretty standard at the time. If I got a sub 2 minute Tecton, it was probably some absolute nuclear RNG. But 2 minute Tectons were probably the standard at the time, especially since the first hammer was never guaranteed. Up until some quality of life changes down the road. Crab Room, nice and simple. This is just the standard solo method, where you work on the mage first, or actually, correction, you work on the range first, right on entry, then the mage, then the nothing, and lastly, the melee crystal. That is the Crab Room completed. Heading to Ice Demon, walking past the scavs. We are going to be scavving. We'll swap into my Osmumtum's Fang here. We're going to drop the Overload and Enhance next to the Tinderbox so that we can create some room to actually pick up our supplies. Okay, unfortunately this scav spawned in absolute Narnia. That does happen when you finish off the scav, but then you end up by the kindlings over there, or the saplings over there. Obviously the scavenger can't spawn over there, so it'll kind of reset its spawn. But in general, it tries to actually spawn around your player. Okay, we have 6 planks, 12 juice, 12 mushrooms. We do want a little bit more juice. 1 more, in fact, precisely. Scavving is also, on average, a lot quicker these days. I don't know the exact details, but the drops do, well, drop a lot more commonly than they did in the past. I remember back in the day, sometimes I would just get incredibly bad RNG, and it would take like 5 minutes of scavving just to get what I needed. These days, we actually are a little bit unlucky right now, but we probably haven't even been here for a minute yet. There we go. We got enough juice and mushrooms, and we actually ended up with 8 planks, so we're going to be making the best and largest possible chest. So let's go ahead and build that. And then we're going to go ahead and chuck the juice and the mushrooms in shared. We're going to equip our hammer because we're going to be speccing Ice Demon. Once we do that, we deposit everything else into private, come out here to pick up our axe, and make our way, while we chop, back to our potions and the tinderbox here. Not much to it. We're going to get 28 kindling. They weren't stackable back then, but they are now. 28 kindling, light a brazier, and then we're going to get another 28, light another brazier. There we go, 28. And then after we light the second one, this little window of time here, we're just going to chop as many as we can until the percentage bar there goes to about roughly 35%. Then we're going to deposit and spend the remaining time we have gearing up to fight Ice Demon and then Shamans as well. So there we go, 35, 37% roughly. We're going to put it into any of the two existing lit braziers. We're going to go ahead and drop our axe and tinderbox. I'm going to temporarily chuck the overload and enhance in shared because we want to make room to keep our inventory organized here. Withdraw everything out of private, then deposit the things that you don't need, which is actually most things. You just need your range gear, your fang, your pots, and the gear you already had on you. So unfortunately, we missed both hammer specs here. But it is what it is. Nothing we can do. We're going to go ahead and overload and enhance as those things just ran out. And right now we're just doing a bang melee method on Ice Demon. Unfortunately, very click intensive, but I do believe this was better DPS than using the Bofa. Halfway through the KC now here at Ice Demon, and I neglected to summon Thralls, so I'll go ahead and do that now. Better late than never, I suppose. Although, you can see that the Thrall's not even doing any damage. Jeez, okay, I hit a 1 there. So the big upgrade in this raid is obviously the Torva helmet, which is actually absolutely massive because not only does it give us max hits for our melee setup, but it's also much, much more tanky. That is Ice Demon completed. And because our prayer situation is a little bit low here, I am going to make more of an effort to try and get these shamans into these safe spots. That way I don't have to have my overhead on. Unfortunately, it's not very cooperative right now, the shamans. Let's try again. Although usually... There we go. Usually you kind of just try once or twice in the beginning, and if it doesn't, you just kind of run it out, because if you don't, you end up wasting more time than it's worth. But I guess more specifically to our situation right now with our low prayer, we're gonna flick rigor here and keep protect range off while we can. Alright, that's the first shaman completed. Or finished off. This shaman's chilling all the way on the other side. Let's also try to get it over here. I know you want to jump. We're going to pick up the butcher since we're literally standing on top of it. Okay, not cooperative. Doesn't feel like jumping. Well, let's just hope we can do enough damage for our Bofa here. Oh, that's what you like to see? A max hit? Very nice. Another one. Into a 0 though, so you know, it's always going to even out. Alright, that should be it. We already have the Buchu, which is all we need. We already have an Overload and Enhance in our inventory. And once we finish Vanguards, we'll get a fresh new set of potions as well. So I have gone through this prep process in every raid that I've done so far. And I'll continue to be doing this unless one day I go for a speedrun time and well, not the time specifically. I already have the Grandmaster time, but just a personal speedrun record. I may have to do some no prepping, but for right now, this is what we're going to be doing every time. So we're going to get the spade and get 13 juice, 8 mushrooms out. We're going to pick lots from the vial filler or the gourd tree here. Drop 4 and then fill the rest of the vials up. This is going to be exactly 21 vials. And we have 13 juice, 8 mushrooms. You do the math right there. Okay, once all the vials are filled with water, I'm going to deposit 10. I actually have that left click donate 10 into the shared storage. So we're going to be picking up 8 Buchus here. 5, 6, 7, and 1 more. We'll go ahead and clean those and make our 8 revitalizations. Once those are done, chuck them in shared. We got the 10 vials we previously deposited. We'll take those out. So now we have 13 vials in an inventory, and we have 13 spaces for the Buchus. And we have 13 juice, obviously. We're going to fill our inventory up with Buchu. In this exact setup, you don't even have to count how many Buchus you need, right? You just know once your inventory is full, you have the exact number. So as we make our way to the next room, we're also going to be making these brews, just to be a little bit more efficient. Still got a couple more brews to make, so we'll just stand here, make those. Once we're done with that, chuck the spade and all the brews in shared. Go to private, withdraw all, and you know what? I made the same exact mistake on the last raid, actually. Withdrawing all with this particular inventory that I have is actually not ideal. As you can see, everything is in weird places, but there we go. The most importantly, you need your max mage gear, your max melee gear, your spec weapon, rune pouch, and thralls. And then take out overload, enhance. 1 revit and 2 brews should get you through Vanguards. We're going to go open up looking for the melee here by maging it. That's because our mage setup is actually the worst DPS, which is a little bit ironic considering that we actually have Ancestral. But yeah, the Trident not exactly does the most damage. In fact, it very much has the lowest max hit out of our 3 setups here. Alright, we're going to go work on the range Vanguard. I do have claws. These days, I bring the ZCB. But back then, as soon as I got the claws available to me, that's what we were working with. Alright, I was not paying close enough attention and unfortunately reset the Vanguards. This won't be too costly, but it was a point of frustration whenever this happened, and still is a point of frustration, honestly. I mean, you never want to reset Vanguards. And honestly, in this setup, Vanguards will take long as is, so when accidentally resetting them, let's just say not ideal. But it shouldn't affect our capability to finish this raid in any manner. We have all the supplies we need, all the gear we need. It's just going to cost us a little bit extra time, unfortunately. I suppose for reference right now, we are 15.5 minutes into the raid. Typically, in the max setup I have available to me now, I'd probably be working on Vespula, and if I was very speedy, I'd probably be at Tightrope already. Oh, you know what? Okay, no, we're fine. For a second there, I misread the number on the major, and I thought we were in danger of resetting again, in which that would be very, very bad. Taking a bit of damage here, so let's go ahead and brew. Even though it's the most painful for your points in terms of how much you lose, dying at home, I actually find that less painful, and I'm kind of like more accepting of it when I do die at home over silly, silly mistakes in the regular rooms, because in my opinion, you really shouldn't be dying in the regular rooms. Or the raid in general, but you know, if it does happen. This Vanguard's room has taken an eternity, and I also forgot to summon my thralls. We're gonna do that now. Better late than never. But yes, this has been a rough Vanguard's room. But you know what? That's just how it plays out sometimes. Alright, Thrall, I need you to finish that. Of course it doesn't. Quite frustrating, honestly. We got probably our 4th claw spec back now, thanks to Camping Lightbearer. Bringing a ring switch probably would have been one of the first things I would do if I could do over the grind again. That would have definitely sped things up. I did eventually bring a ring switch, but evidently in January 2024 I was not doing this yet. No, it digs once again. When it's just one shot away. There we go. 18 minutes into the raid, we finally finish Vanguards. Let's make sure we pick up everything we need. Basically, we keep an overload and enhance on us, and then pick up all the brews and revits. So just like the kindling, grubs here used to be non-stackable, so you had to make the effort of going to the chest first, clearing out your inventory, and then picking up the grubs. But these days, you can pick up grubs as long as you have one inventory space and work your way further into the room. So right here, I'm going to do a little bit of inventory management here. I'm going to switch into my melee gear first, then range. That's just to keep the mage gear at the bottom so that I can bank, because I won't be needing that anymore. We're going to be moving everything else, all the utility, near the bottom. That includes the pickaxe, the salve, and a stamina. Now, we still have some more grubs to pick, another 13. I'm probably going to have to pick a little bit more there, actually, because I did take quite some time to sort out my inventory. So, while the number says 13 to go right now, it might end up asking for a little bit more. Ideally, you want to keep the scavenger constantly feeding, so that downtime when it was doing nothing is a bit of a time waste. Not very important, obviously, but just a little note, I suppose. All right, we have enough. We're going to go into shared now. We're going to take out the overload and enhance. We're going to take out mostly restores here, and then maybe a brew or two for emergency purposes. We're going to make sure we're overloaded, and I'm actually going to sip a brew dose here, just so our redemption doesn't instantly proc once we enter. And we're going to start doing Vespula. Vespula was a pain point for me because obviously doing Vespula with the Bofa setup, as you can see right now, is not the quickest. Our DPS is okay, but Vespula usually takes more than 2 minutes with the setup. And not only that, but it absolutely eats up your crystal charges. But this was a conscious decision to do solo CMs for me, as I preferred the consistency of these raids over the many variations and more supply usage, ironically enough, in the regular Chambers runs. Surely in a couple more hits here. Almost done. You can see here that it definitely eats up a lot of our restores, but we made sure to keep some in our storage, and we're definitely not going to be using all our restores. Otherwise, that is an issue. We're done with Vespula. In the past, Vespula actually did not offer up an overload, but it does these days. Making our way to Tightrope next, we're going to heal up and restore our prayer as we go. And then we're going to fill up our inventory with a lot of brews. And then just do Tightrope the good old-fashioned way for all the points. Get our Thrall going as well. Eat on our 15s here. Keep ourselves nice and healthy. The majors usually won't do too much damage to you, although sometimes they can line up a few hits on you. But it's the rangers that you really have to worry about. But the rangers, they hit so hard that you do want to make the effort of switching into some tankier gear as they are shooting their bow and arrow at you. I am going to step back here because I think I'm not exactly timed up and lined up with it at this moment, but here we go. Oh, and that is a mistake. You never want to tag two of them at once. It's actually real scary at the moment, but I just need to finish the one. Okay, there we go. So that was a mistake there, a misclick. You never want to get into that situation. It gets real scary. But you know what? In the event that you do misclick and you aggro both, it's best to actually just run, go backwards, and run out of the room to reset the aggro. We are very brewed down here, but what we're doing is we're just brewing. You know what? It's a pretty terrible situation right here. No, so we're just going to restore. Step back. We're currently safe. They can't see us. But yeah, these rangers were very, very mean. So let's just reset, and one more hit should do the trick. Very nice. But it did have to smack us on the way out as well. Yeah, sometimes those rangers are just very, very rude. And the more you brew, the less damage you're going to do, right? Because your stats are being drained. So sometimes it's just best to step back, brew a few times, restore your stats, and then give yourself a better chance right there. We did end up burning an absolute ton of brews there, but we should have enough. And we're going to actually get 3 more brews on our way to Ulm from Vasa and Mudadal. 31 health is actually a little bit sketchy for Guardians. I mean, in general, you're not going to take damage from Guardians, but you might get the occasional melee hit, and I think it can hit you for 31, so we went ahead and sipped the Brudos there. And then let's just work on Guardians. Run back 1 tile, step forward 1, wait a tick, and then hit. Rinse and repeat. This is a stamina saving method to do in Guardians. Uses much less stamina than simply running back and running back in. To this day, the Dragon Pickaxe is still the best in slot here. It's the mining levels and your strength levels that are very important. The Crystal Pickaxe, all it does is just require less weight, or it's a lighter weapon than the Dragon Pickaxe. But with the stamina changes, that doesn't even really matter either. You know, if you find yourself with a 3rd age pickaxe, I suppose you could bring it just to flex on people. So we're at 27 minutes and we're about to make our way into Vasa. I would say that this is pretty good time. Probably a quick time for back then. Of course, the raid is naturally going to be sped up just due to the game changes and raid changes they've made over the years. For example, as we enter Vasa here, Vasa actually has much less defense than it used to. So using a Bofa now is stronger than using a Bofa back then. There is a Vasa teleport skip method. You can see I actually have a tile labeled, but we definitely didn't do that back then. And it wasn't a known method either, actually. We do have our Dragon Claws. These days we use a ZCB, which we would open up with on Vasa. But for the Dragon Claws, we're going to be using them on the Crystal. Unfortunately, it didn't even do that much damage, so we're going to have to stab this bad boy a few times. And rip our switches back into the range gear. I'd say in the past, if a Vasa wasn't at least 2 teleports, we were just incredibly lucky on our hits. It was pretty much the standard to get teleported at least twice. Also, I'm sure you've noticed throughout the raid, but we've been using an Inferno Cape, in which I did achieve, but quite simply, Varlamore didn't exist yet. And even if it did, I just wasn't at the stage to where I could get the Quiver yet. I didn't go for the Quiver on this account until I had a Scythe. And, well, I didn't have a Scythe yet. But yeah, I'm unsure of the exact timeline, but I imagine sometime in early 2024, Varlamore did not exist yet. Alright, that is Vasa down. Drops an Overload and 2 Brews, in which we will take. We're going to make our way over to Mystics, and while we do, we're going to equip our Salve, as well as heal up and restore our Prayer. Enhance ran out, and the Overload's going to run out in a couple of seconds here. Make sure to eat on our 15, so that's the first mystic down. Let's see if we can sneak this one over to this corner over here without that green one on the far side seeing us. Oh? If it comes any closer, if it takes another step, it will most definitely see us. But right now, we're good. In fact, now it's walking away. So our overload timing here is actually pretty good. We have 4 whole minutes on the overload, which should carry us through not only this room, but Multistreaming. It's honestly best to avoid having to overload in the middle of the Multistreaming room, because, heck, the boss, the Mama Dow, and the Baby Dow itself will do a number on you. Never mind self-inflicting 50 damage to yourself. Working on the last mystic here. We do bring a salve amulet. It wasn't until we had max mage with the shadow that we started dropping the salve, just due to inventory space reasons. If you don't have a salve, max mage is better than max range. Okay, at this point we have just over 3 minutes left on our overload, but that should be fine. We're going to go for the tendril skip here. Saves us a tick or something like that. Fantastic. We get chomped for 20 though. When we do the tendril skip, we should be praying melee, I think. We're going to be chopping the tree here. These days, we do have the luxury of having the bronze axe in the room, so you don't need to keep it on you throughout the raid or in your chest or anything like that. You can just get rid of it after Ice Demon, and then you don't have to worry about it. I actually still have my salve amulet on right now, so let's go ahead and equip the anguish instead. And as soon as we're done chopping the tree, we're going to rip our switches into melee, Dragon Claw spec it twice, as well as summon our Thrall. And then we're going to finish it off with the Fang. We hit a max claw there, I believe, so that's pretty sick. Prayer is a little low, so let's super restore. That is the Baby Dow done with. Let's get into position for the Mama Dow, which these days is a little bit more humble, although it can still hit like a truck. Exhibit a 32 through Prey. However, you can predict the attacks a little bit more. So if it ends up maging us, it will mage us at least 2 more times. Although I don't know if it's going to do that on this particular instance. In fact, it is rapid fire shooting range attacks at us right now. 30 damage at a time. So we're just going to be brewing restore to get our stats back up. That actually lined up very well with our overload. Perfect. Okay. It may have hit us all for a lot of damage there, but we hit back just as hard, if not harder. That is Multistreaming complete. Let's switch into our melee gear here. And the first thing I'm thinking of personally here is that we need to bank this Fang as soon as possible. In the previous run, we made the mistake of bringing the Fang into the Ohm fight with us. That was an wasted inventory space, as we don't use the Fang at all. Ultimately, it didn't cost us, but it did make things a little bit more rough. All right, first things first, we're going to drop an overload and an saying all the wrong things here. Brew and restore. We're going to bank the overload and enhance. In fact, we're going to bank everything here. First things first, equip the Dragon Warhammer, put away the Fang. We're not making the same mistake twice. At the top of our inventory, we're going to want our max mage setup, and then followed by our range setup with the Dragon Hunter crossbow and the buckler. Instead of the Bofa, we're not going to be bringing the Bofa in. We're going to bring out both staminas. Rune Pouch, obviously. Dragon Lance, obviously. And then now the potions. We're going to want at least 5 brews, in which, there we go. Everything lines up. Now we're good to go. We're essentially pre-potting here. That's why we dropped those potions. Pick those back up. And in we go. First hammer lands, very nice. I'm actually very surprised that the hand did not like tense up there. So actually we'll send another hammer spec. But in doing so we fell out of cycle there. We're gonna tank a few hits here. But okay, now we are in cycle. We can turn off our overheads as the mage running method with a 4-tick weapon is 3-0. So you get 3 hits every cycle while taking absolutely 0 damage. Except for when that happens and the head doesn't turn to the left. Instead, it turns to the middle. A little bit unlucky there, as, you know, we have the thrall for this reason right here. To ensure that it hits the hand all the time, even when we splash, so that the hand actually turns. But sometimes you do get a little unlucky, and I guess the thrall doesn't hit and you don't hit at the same time, and that's what happens. I will say, full disclosure, I haven't used this setup, or even any similar setup of any kind, in a long time. And certainly I haven't done the 4-to-1 method and the 3-to-0 method for Ohm in a long time. As these days, I do the shadow running method and a 3-to-1 scythe method. So even though this is content that I've done many times over, and I have done these strategies many times over, it's been quite some time. So I'm almost relearning in a sense. But here we go. We seem to be in the 4-to-1 cycle without much issue this time around compared to the previous raid. We are taking a bit of damage here, and we're actually not fully potted right now. Our stats are drained. The Torva helmet should help us do more damage and also tank the range hits a bit more. The 2 staminas is honestly overkill. We probably could have just pre-potted a stamina dose and then brought a 4-doser in, and we would have stamina to spare. But back then, prior to the stamina changes, we most definitely had to bring 2 staminas into the Ohm fight. Speaking of stamina, we're going to sip a stamina dose right now and get into the 3-to-0 cycle. We are also running the mage hand in a manner where we do save as much run energy as we can. You can see here that I run 1 tile, then proceed to walk 2, get the 2nd hit in, and then walk to the 3rd hit. This was definitely very important to do back in the day. Less so today with the run energy changes. Again, I don't know what my max mage hit in this setup is. It's got to be in the mid-40s, maybe slightly higher than that. But for reference, as of right now of this recording, max mage, including the ring, the mage's ring, is a 75. So almost twice the damage, honestly. Few more hits on the mage hand. That should do the trick. We're gonna rip our switches into the melee. Didn't have our Torva helm on, unfortunate, but we ended up hitting the hammer anyways. Let's get the melee thrall as well. We smited ourselves with that thrall. So not only did the crystal come out of the ground, but it also auto attack us twice. So what we're gonna do here is 1-0 1 time. Then 3-1 once, And if I'm not mistaken, we should be in cycle now. Oh, our max hit of a 56, I see. Okay. I thought I would lagged behind there and burned it, and like just made a mistake. But I didn't. But in thinking I did, I actually fell out of cycle, ironically enough. So whenever you make a mistake and you fall out of cycle, I would say that the most important thing for you to do is to keep the head turning. And then just work your way back into cycle. Alright, so that is the melee hand down and phase 2 complete. Let's re-equip our hammer and get ready for P3. Open up with the hammer spec. It lands a huge 60 as well, so that's a feels good. We are going to start with the mage hand first, and my logic for this is that during this time we let our spec energy regenerate. As you can see now, we are now at 50 spec, and you know, if for some reason we take a long time on the mage hand, we could end up with 100 spec as well. But we'll most definitely get another spec, and that gives us the opportunity to land 2 hammers on the melee hand. That was a little scary there, but we recovered. This is P3, so we have to make sure we don't fully finish off the hand. We'll just get as low as possible. This is a situation where it would help to know my exact max hit. Oh, we just found out. It is a 48. Okay. So right now it's at a 49, so I can very confidently just hit it another time, no matter what it ends up being. Now, we off it. As an extra precaution, we also summoned our melee thrall early, because if we happen to hit like a 45 and then the thrall hit a 3, that would have been tragic. Alright, transitioning into the melee hand now. First of all, let's turn the hand, or the head. Not doing it. Hold on. There we go. Alright, I'm slow. Just goofing up. Turn the head. There we go. Now let's get to it. We do have the falling rocks on us, though. First of all, let's check if we are going to be in cycle. It's just 4 to 1. There should be... Okay, I thought it may have been portals, but it's not. It's just the shield coming up. So unfortunately, we're just going to have to walk it out. Goofing here. Okay, we are in cycle. Good DPS too, because we actually managed to hit 2 hammers. In the max setup these days with the scythe, it's actually not so bad when you don't end up landing a hammer. But with the lance setup, man, does it make a clear and obvious difference. Alright, that is the melee hand complete. Finish off the major and into the head phase. We're going to summon the ranged thrall as well. And we're going to be doing the 4 to 1 method here. Hopefully we get some ruby procs. Hopefully. And in a timely fashion too, might I add. Not when it has a sliver of health left. So in the previous few runs, whenever we switch into the range gear here, we keep the Nate is not face guard on. That's because in that specific setup, the face guard is actually a little bit better for our range DPS. However, in getting the Torva helm, that is no longer the case. you would want to wear the ancestral hat instead. And honestly, in terms of pure DPS, you'd probably want to make the effort of taking off the ancestral hat. But then, I don't know, that's just extra effort and like less stats, right? Okay, we get a ruby. Doesn't really do 110. It did do 69, however. Nice. We got the poison trail on us. Another ruby. Kind of late though, unfortunately. Alright, we are closing in on completing the raid. Let's not goof now. Let's brew there. Make sure we don't chance. Keep an eye out on my stamina as well. I am being a little bit greedy now. I don't want to sip the dose as it barely has any health left. We don't need it. There we go. A 46-26. Pretty close to the master time. Let's see what our loot is. Some coal antique planks. Actually worth 1.1 mil. I believe a 46-26 is just a minute and a half or a minute and 26 seconds off from the master time for solo CMs. Let's take a look here in the combat achievements tab. If we scroll down, Chambers of Xeric CM solo speed chaser in less than 45 minutes. So we would have got that time in this setup if we simply didn't reset Vanguards and take 10 years in the Vanguard room specifically. And also, you know, if we just had a little bit of better RNG in general, you know, it just swings one way or the other sometimes. And that's the difference between the master time or not the master time. All right. So we did the 2 raids. Honestly, though, I think I may just call it there. That was actually 2 pretty good raids. That was pretty fun to do. But yeah, honestly, I didn't really intend on streaming today, but we've ended up eking out a 4.5-hour stream anyways. And actually, in looking at how long we've been live, it's probably a great time to call it. So yeah, with that being said, I will catch you guys on the next stream. Take it easy. Have a good one. Peace.